We have a sign up sheet. Okay, got a sign up sheet right there in the middle desk. If you'd like to sign up and just tell us which bill number, you can just put what it is if you'd like to. It'd help us a lot. Thank you.
All right. Thanks to the last few folks coming in. We have a quorum, so we're going to get going. Our Transportation Committee meeting this afternoon. We have a quick change to the agenda. We're actually going to be doing HB 719. Chairman Stevens is ready. This will be a hearing only. Chairman Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. Understanding this issue has to do with local roads. Currently, let me give you just a little bit of background, and I've got former Representative Jay Neal here as well, who brought this to my attention. In my district, we've got a State Highway 204. The law allows the Department of Transportation to erect a memorial to folks, thanks to some great work by the Mothers Against Drunk Driving years ago, to place a memorial for these folks that were killed by homicide for these drunk drivers. This particular lady had a relative that was killed from here to the chairman of the committee on a county road. Actually, it was a city road. Now, the city refuses, of course, to do anything with the memorial, but since it is not a county road, so you can see the dilemma that we've got. Had the wreck happened another few yards from a state highway, there would have been a memorial for this individual. That's the dilemma that I'm throwing to the committee. I understand that it's not a state highway, and the department has already said that they can't, of course, they don't have authority on a local road. But there ought to be something that allows us to circumvent some of the actions whenever we've got a standard, if you will, from one highway that doesn't end whenever a county or city highway starts and a state highway ends. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to call up Jay Neal to give some background, former representative from North Georgia, to give some background on this case.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Mr.
Go ahead and
Chairman.
introduce yourself for everybody, even though he did, if you want to go ahead.
I'm Jay Neal, Executive Director of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. The DUI program, Memorial Program, is one of the programs in the Victims Compensation Program at CJCC. When someone is killed on a state highway by a drunk driver, the immediate family can submit an application to the Crime Victims Compensation Fund to have a memorial sign placed in their memory. We pay that sign. It's $150 that we pay to the Department of Transportation. The sign is erected in memory of the individual that was killed. There are some eligibility requirements. There has to be a charge against the driver, a vehicular homicide charge against the driver, and the individual killed cannot be involved or contributory. So if it's a passenger in a vehicle of somebody that's intoxicated, and that passenger should have known that the driver was intoxicated, they would not be eligible to have a sign erected on their behalf. But this is an innocent victim of a intoxicated driver that is killed on a state highway. We had a mother a number of years ago that came to us, the mother that Chairman Stevens is referring to. Her son was killed just as Chairman Stevens said, just several yards away from the state right-of-way, and she reaches out to us about every 6 or 8 months, asking us about getting that sign erected. I had a conversation with Chairman Stevens about this particular instance, and it was that conversation with Chairman Stevens that led to him introducing this bill. Obviously, we would like to be able to provide a sign for this mother in memory of her son. Those signs are there for 5 years, and after 5 years, the sign is removed. The families have an opportunity to keep that sign if they choose to. But I think this is a conversation that's worth having. If there's a way for us to be able to provide these opportunities for individuals who are killed off of those state highways, I think that's a conversation that I appreciate the chairman bringing this bill and bringing this to the attention of the committee. We do not believe it would be a burdensome change to our compensation fund. Based on the latest National Traffic Highway Safety numbers that are out there, about 17% of those who are killed by DUI are killed on state highways. We do about 8 or 10 of these signs a year. We believe, based on those numbers, if that figure translates out over the other highways, that it would represent less than 50 signs a year, about $7,500 to the comp fund. So we don't think it would be a burden there. We understand the challenge to the Department of Transportation. We understand the challenges with trying to do something with city and county highways, but we appreciate certainly the committee for having this conversation.
Well, we thank you for being here today too. We do have a few questions. We'll start here in the room. Representative Holly, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, sir, for coming, as well as a bill sponsor to speak to it. I was very curious, do you have maybe an example or something to show the committee of what the memorials tend to look like in terms of their placement? I know that locally, there's been kind of a back and forth. People do recognize that there is a need in order to provide that, especially just to bring some solace to the family. But also there's kind of talks like Mothers Against Drunk Driving, and they want to be able to know if there's something that if you're going to have a marker there, that at least can some way, have a fine way of promoting a message of against drunk driving. Is there any example that you typically might have that might be able to show the committee, just out of curiosity?
The signs are uniform signs. They will have the name of the individual who was killed, the date of that accident. If there is if there are additional individuals that are killed, say 2 or 3 that are killed instead of 1, there's just a small additional sign at the bottom of that sign that has the names of the others, and there's a small nominal charge to have that added as well. But it's a very uniform sign that is specific to the individual and the date of the accident.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll go over to Representative Gilliard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say to Chairman Stevens and yourself and others, this is an excellent bill. Years ago, our former mayor, Eddie DeLoach, had an unfortunate situation of losing his niece and several students from Georgia Southern. And throughout the 10-year life, we've seen so many people have lost their lives. This is an appropriate tribute. I would easily say their names, that they lived, and to have an opportunity for that family to erect something like this. I just want to commend you and tell you that I definitely think this is a good bill.
Thank you.
All right, we have Representative Newell's online for us.
Thank you. And I apologize that I cannot be there in person. It is softball season, so I had to take advantage of the hybrid option. But I wanted to ask, you mentioned that the signs stay up for 5 years and then the family has the option to keep the sign. Who keeps track of that? Is there like a spreadsheet? Or that was just a question that came to my mind when that was being discussed. I'm wondering, what are the logistics of keeping track of all of the signs around the state and when the 5 years is up? Thank you.
I don't know the answer to that question, quite frankly. I assume the Department of Transportation does, but I don't know the answer to that question. I have my communications director with me as well, Danielle Lewis, who worked in the crime victims comp unit, and she does not know the answer to that either.
Well, let me offer this. Since it is a hearing only, we can certainly, I'm sure, track that information down the next time we're here and get that answer to the representative.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Answer to that.
Seeing no more questions up here, I'm not sure if there's anybody signed up to speak. Anyone out there? We'll still look at the sheet here, but
Thank you, Mr.
thank you
Chairman.
very much. All right, hearing no more. Chairman Stevens, thank you. All right, we are going to go on to House Bill 1438, Representative Thomas.
Thank you, committee, Mr. Chairman. Today I present House Bill 1438. It's a transportation housekeeping bill. There's 4 sections covered under the bill. Section 1 is a request of legislative council to allow for notification instead of physical mail, actually via email. So it just allows you to get your notification for any call for a board of election via email. Section 2, General Assembly updated GDOT's P3 code section, lines 40 and 41. They are technical corrections to reflect the intent of the language change. It replaces request for proposals with request for proposal revisions. So that means as this has gone down through the process, there may be some technical changes that want to be made through the proposal process, and this just allows for that, and it clears the language up. Section 3, last year, the General Assembly also created a new code section authorizing alternative contracting methods. The revision on line 47 provides an additional reference to the authorized rules and regulations of the department governing alternative contracting methods. So the State Transportation Board recently adopted its alternative contracting method rules and regulations. And it was in consultation with multiple stakeholders through the industry. And section 4, lines 53 to 56 make it absolutely clear that no one can abuse the Open Records Act to try and get personal information about driver's location, travel history through the state, or either directly or indirectly through a data vendor. And that's really just the beginning and the end of the bill. So
For the benefit of the committee, confirming we're working off LC 39 3295.
that is correct. We are working off of LC 39 3295.
Any questions for the bill sponsor? All right, we're in the position of making a motion if the committee is in that. Make her motion second. Any? Oh, yeah. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say yay. All opposed. All right.
All right. Thank you very
Passes,
much.
moves on. All right, we're going to move on to House Bill 496, Representative Burchett. You can present from there if you feel so inclined. Before we get started, I know there's a number of people signed up to speak for this. We're going to split this equal time, 30 minutes. And I guess we'll go with Representative Burchett, obviously not eating into that time frame, but go ahead and present that bill, and then we'll get into the proponents and opponents.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the committee members and everybody here. I know that this has been a long day for many of us, so I certainly appreciate your patience, and want to specifically say thanks to the chairman and vice chairman for giving us a hearing on this bill. This bill is House Bill 496. I've passed out a substitute. It should be coming around to all the committee members. I'm working off of LC 393348S. And essentially what we are trying to do here is codify the executive order that has been in place, but this is actually a limited codification of what's already in place for truck weights. What we're trying to do is bring the weight up to be in parity actually this will be above the states around us, but right now we're significantly below those. We're sitting at 84,000 pounds for truck weights right now in the state of Georgia, and just a few numbers for the surrounding states: 90,000 pounds South Carolina, 88,000 Florida. Alabama's getting ready to move to 92,000 pounds, but is currently at 88,000 pounds. Tennessee's at 88,000 pounds. North Carolina's 90,000 pounds. And we have a limited scope here in this in House Bill 496. What this provides for is a permit for the agricultural industry and the forest products industry and the mining industry to be able to haul up to 95,000 pounds on a permit, which costs them an additional $1,000. This bill's, not going to be a huge. Well, what this bill does is we have a number one industry. Our number one industry is agriculture. Our second biggest industry is forestry. And in my districts and many of my colleagues' districts are significantly made up of those two industries alone. So what we're trying to do is just put these folks in a better position. And there's going to be a ton of testimony here, I think, today for and against the bill. I know that there's opposition from the ACCG, GMA, and the locals. I am open and friendly to amendment to try to mitigate some of their issues, but I'm just going to sit down and let the experts talk about these truck weights. And if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chair, letting me close it out. If you have any questions also.
We can work with that. Yeah. Before we move on to other testimony, which there's going to be plenty. If anybody has any questions for the author out of the gates, we'll stand for that. Seeing none. All right, we're going to go on.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure I want to make one point before you move on. Currently, right now, where every industry is allowed to haul under the executive order 95,000 pounds, and we've been in that posture for a significant amount of time. So this would actually limit the industries that could do that. So I want to make sure I don't know if I hit that, but I want to make sure to hit that.
Thank you. I'll turn your mic off now. All right. So obviously, I think most of you know who's who out in the audience. So as far as the four, there's several people. So if you guys want to limit yourselves, and just know that you're going to cut somebody off if you take too much of the 30 minutes. If that works for y'all, we'll move on. Andres, you want to come up first?
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have some slides, I think, that were available. If we can get those up, we'll go ahead and get started while I do my introduction. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Andres Villegas, and I'm the president and CEO of the Georgia Forestry Association. I have the pleasure to represent the #1 forestry state in the nation, and all of you do as well. It's a privilege to be able to live in Georgia and be able to represent such a strong industry that generates about $39 billion worth of economic activity to our state every year. One of the challenges that we have, though, even though we're first in forestry, we're not first in all aspects of forestry. And this issue hits close to home for us because we're dead last when it comes to moving timber. To the tune of about over 2 million loads a year, we are uncompetitive across multiple different areas. Now, that was okay, kind of, before COVID. COVID accelerated a lot of issues that we had within our economy. I think a lot of the best example I can give you is last summer, the speaker required a study committee looking at the rising cost of building materials. Most of that was focused on the cost of lumber. Everyone was articles all over the place, AJC, Wall Street Journal, New York Times. And what we tell folks is that our industry tends to be at the tip of the spear of major issues that then bleed into the rest of the economy. Where are we today? The rest of our economy is feeling that inflation across all products, not just lumber, right? And so that's a good example of why these issues aren't just important to the forestry and to the ag community. They're important to the rest of Georgia's economy, and that's why we bring them to your attention. If we could flip the slide, and hopefully you'll be able to read these. I think the words may have gotten moved a little bit. They don't look very good, but we are struggling right now with not just a weights issue. We have a labor issue, and I know you've heard it throughout our economy. But this was something that was simply accelerated within our sector, and an insurance issue. If you can't insure a truck, it doesn't matter if you got a driver or not. If you can't, and then of course we need a driver to drive it as well. And then lastly come the weights. All three of these are things that have pushed our industry in forestry into a crisis situation. The only thing that is saving our bacon right now is that we have the executive order from the governor that's allowing us to operate at 95,000 pounds. That allows us to absorb some of these challenges that we have, but not all of them. Once again, a 95,000 pound variance is going to help us with some of the labor issues, but it doesn't allow us to solve all of our labor challenges, and not to mention insurance as well. That's gone up tremendously over the past few years. The next slide will show you what Representative Burchett was mentioning to us there. You can see, and you have a handout in front of you as well, where we are as a state, 84,000 pounds. Alabama has a proposal currently to move to 92,000 pounds. They're at 88 right now. Mississippi, 88, Arkansas, 85, Louisiana, 92,000. But most importantly, of the timber of those 2 million loads of timber that are moving around our state, a lot of them are going just across our border into Florida, just across our border into Alabama, just across our border into Tennessee and South Carolina, not very much into North Carolina. But that's important because our trucks are underloaded. They are uncompetitive with going into those other states when they're going into those states. The biggest, and that accelerates the issue that we have with weights, with labor, excuse me, because there's drivers that say, I don't want to haul into those markets because I'm uncompetitive. I'm losing money when I do that. So there's challenges for us there that are there. But the main thing I want you to think about when we look at these, please, is why is it these other states can raise their weights and we can't? What is it that makes Georgia so different that we can't seem to adjust ourselves to be globally competitive, regionally competitive, and competitive within our own state to be able to move freight? You know, if you're moving containers out of the port, you're able to get a permit to go up to 100,000 pounds. We're not even competitive within our own state, from community to community. So that's an important component for us and I think a big challenge for us to think about as policymakers. Now, the next slide will also show you an important number. In 2016, the Georgia legislature also looked at this issue with a bill to increase weights to 88,000 pounds. I think that was an effort led by Representative Watson and Representative Nimmer when he was here. Chad Nimmer sends his regards. He is our chairman this year at the Georgia Forestry Association, our volunteer chairman. So he regrets he can't be here with you today. But in 2016, when we last looked at this, there was 539 bridges that were considered deficient by our Department of Transportation. We've done a lot of great work with funding from this entity, as well from the state as well as from federal, to get that down to 374 bridges. And we're continuing to work on that because we've got about and altogether about $9.1 billion, $9.1 billion coming to the state of Georgia over the next 5 years to improve our roads, our bridges, and our transportation systems in this state. Once again, why can't we go up when we're well positioned to do this? And then the next slide will be the last slide I'll show you, as I'd love to have some of our guests that have traveled from out of town to be with us today. You can't really see that, but we've done a couple of benchmarks and case studies here that show what happens when we go from 84,000 pounds, which is our current limit, to 95,000 pounds. And that's including the variances that are built into that. We're able to reduce loads, deliveries into one mill. This is just one mill that we did a case study on, by over 7,000 loads. For those of you that are worried about safety, that's 7,000 trucks on the road that you can't hit, that can't be run into, that don't cause a threat to anyone on the road. It's a great opportunity for us to clear up traffic and also reduce those opportunities for accidents of all types. It's also about 650,000 miles not traveled on roads. This is just one mill in 1 year. Think about all of the deferred, I guess, potential for damage to roads and things of that nature. But most importantly, we'll hear this a little bit later. This for us is a crisis issue. If we can't move timber, the $39 billion industry in our state comes to a grinding halt. And this isn't us raising a red flag and trying to make sure that to scare anybody into doing anything. Our mills have to be able to compete, and they have to have raw material to operate. And right now, because of labor issues, insurance issues, and weight issues, we are really struggling. And what happens when we go back, if we go back to an 84,000 pound posture in the face of rising costs across all of our operations? So with that, I will turn over the mic, and you'll be able to hear a little bit more about that in real world scenarios from some of our operators and members of the Georgia Forestry Association. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Real quick, and members, certainly if you guys have questions, I know we have one or two. I will clarify. I won't, if we're asking questions, I won't eat into your presentation time. I want to give you guys that ability. So if we keep you up there, that's our
Yes, sir.
prerogative, I guess. One quick question from myself, out of curiosity, when you spoke to being last, is there are there multiple metrics that you use in that, or is it strictly defined in the truck weight as being last? Or how do you define being last in moving timber?
In the weight primarily, that's a huge factor, and then that translates in the cost, higher cost.
Fair enough. All right, Representative Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you for really speaking to this. I think, we all want to see our timber industry thrive, especially in Georgia. We want to have it very competitive. And I was noticing that with the materials that you provided, the mention, I guess, the $225 million to improve the bridges, is that that's through the bipartisan infrastructure bill come through Washington. I wanted to see, is it possible, do you think, that maybe while it's necessary for Georgia to remain competitive by adding those weights, but maybe are we providing, if this passes, would we be allowing for the industry itself to become more advanced than necessarily more advanced in our bridges? Because construction would still have to begin on a lot of these. I just don't want to see us in a situation where we're looking like Pennsylvania, where bridges are collapsing because the pressure on the weight's too much. The money is coming, but it hasn't actually been put to the use of actually building those bridges up. Is it possible that this may be a good bill, but maybe a little bit after the construction has begun to help to undergird those bridges?
Yes, sir. There's over 14,000 bridges in the state of Georgia. So only having about 375 or so that are currently deficient. It might be even less than that. It's a relatively small number to hold the entire state and industry hostage over, like I said, 375 bridges out of 14,000 plus bridges in the state. I think that it's one of those things that we can wait forever if we let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And the other component of it is I think our DOT is very, very good at posting bridges that we're not supposed to be on. And so if there's when they need us to stay off of bridges, they're good at both posting and enforcing that. Thank you for your question.
All right, Representative Thomas.
Thank you. Could you put the slideshow back up? I wanted to ask a question about one of the slides. Is that absolutely something you can do, Mr. Chairman?
That's actually that's handled by media services. We'll see if they can get something back up there.
Okay, it looks like I wanted to see the slides about the surrounding states.
Yes, sir.
If, our friends over media services can flip that.
There we
That's
go.
perfect.
There we go.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So one of the things I noticed is you had two of the states asterisked,
Yes.
currently at 88 and 84, but I don't see anything on this page that's at 95 outside of maybe Louisiana.
That's right. Yeah, we are in an exceptional state right now because of the executive order and kind of the COVID state of emergency, if you will. And of course, forestry being deemed a critical industry to provide for the things that we need to keep the economy moving.
In my district specifically, we have quite a bit of clear cutting, hauling off the trees so we can build houses. And I'm a little concerned about what those loads are, not so much on the GDOT roads, but on my local roads.
Sure.
And what kind of impact. I could tell you on the street I live on, they're building 5 neighborhoods and there's potholes all over the place.
Yeah.
And what that impact is going to be. And if there's been any more conversation about that 95,000, I guess where that 95,000 actually came from.
Mhm.
Is it just being driven out of the governor's office, or, how?
Sure. Yeah. And I think a couple of things to remember. One is that once again, going back to the containers that are coming out of our port, we love our port. We're actually one of the biggest users of the port. Our industry is where Georgia is the #1 exporter of forest products out of the United States. So we hold that position there too as well. But those containers are also able to operate at 100,000 pounds and use many of those same roads too as well. And so I'm not sure where the 95,000 came from. That was driven by the governor's office. And I think for us, and I know this is a hearing only, but there is flexibility on what that number can be and
Okay.
should be. But we know that 84 is not the right number for us to be competitive, and more importantly, to be able to absorb the incredible costs that we're seeing coming through our operations.
Okay, yeah, because what's coming out of the big container port going off of our highway system is, those roads are designed to GDOT standards,
That's right.
but our local roads, our city roads, or county roads are not necessarily tied to the GDOT standard, and that's where things start to get a little hairy for me. So I'd definitely be interested to talk to you about it a little bit more. Appreciate your time today.
Yes, sir. Certainly.
Representative Seabaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Thomas' question was a little around mine, but we were talking about 374 bridges that are left to be upgraded. Are those all state bridges?
I'm not sure. Actually, one of the things that we have requested at the University of Georgia's requested, we've had requests also, I think maybe coming from some members of this committee from the Department of Transportation, is to share a list of where those bridges are and how deficient they are. We don't pretend to be engineers. We're not going to challenge whether or not they're deficient, but knowing where there are is actually very important, because once you post a bridge, that means you have to go around it. And adding, if one mill, for example, has 65,000 to 70,000 loads going into it a year, and you have to add 10 or 20 miles to that route, that adds up really quickly, and that's all cost. And so for us, we are very sensitive about making sure that in the changes that we advocate for, that they're actually going to be beneficial to our sector and not harm us. But we unfortunately, after over 2 years of requesting information, we still do not know where those bridges are. But it is something that we would, us and academics at the University of Georgia and Georgia Tech would benefit from knowing.
I appreciate that. And at an earlier meeting, we talked about specifically about bridges and the weights and the wear and tear on that. And someone made the comment that as we upgrade these bridges, they don't necessarily, if they're a local bridge, they don't have to meet DOT standards. And I still don't understand why that is, but I guess that's for another discussion. You talked about the workforce, and I certainly understand that. I'm in the ambulance business, and we appreciate the roads very much, as do our patients. But do you know how many accidents? Is there a number of accidents involving these heavier loaded trucks that you're aware of?
There is at the current executive order level, 95,000 pounds.
Yeah.
That information is tracked. We don't have that at our fingertips right now. I will say that typically what we've understand from our experts at the University of Georgia that have helped us analyze this is that they usually consider kind of a bare minimum to weed out any noise that you would have from one particular event. And the statistics is they try and look for 2 to 3 years minimum data. And we're getting closer to the 2-year mark right now, but we're not quite there yet. One thing I will add to that, though, is that from 2016 till today, we've seen a tremendous advancement in the technology in our vehicles on the road, the braking systems, a whole variety of different things, automatic, delay and stopping and things along those lines, or advanced stopping, I should say. All of those things are things that are becoming more common in the fleets, especially as insurance companies are pushing our larger fleets to renew their technology and have more modern equipment on the road.
Very good.
All right, we're going
Thank
to
you.
move down to Representative Barton. And for the few questions we have left, we'll speed it along so we can get on to some of these other testimonies.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Chairman.
Barton.
Just kind of a quick question, like on the, you brought the insurance with the higher weights, probably higher premiums. Will the smaller operations be able to absorb this? I mean, the bigger companies will, but will this dry up some of the smaller operations?
That's a great question. We actually had a conversation with a company called Gulf Elam that does a lot of insurance for our log trucking sector. I know there's other folks here from the other agricultural commodities that will speak today. They said they're not as concerned about the higher weights on insurance. They said there's other factors that are driving that, our tort environment. There's other things out there that are driving that, not the weights. And so that was a question that came up internally for us as well.
All right, Representative Gill, your last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You definitely said something that sparked my attention. I love the ports too. The fourth largest container in the world is in my district in Georgia Port. And with dredging and seeing the level of participation at the port, seeing those trucks come in and out, I can see also when you were talking about the workforce that there's a need to retain those viable drivers, et cetera. We actually participate in that in our district. And matter of fact, we have a hiring event tomorrow, looking at trying to hire about 100 people. So with that, you've got permits galore. Those permits that you have they changed in reference to the cost factor across the board?
The permit that's called for here in this particular bill is $1,000 for that. That would be the highest permit that we've probably ever had to be able to haul at a heavier weight for forest products and for other agricultural commodities. Then the current executive order, I believe there's a permit fee, but I'm not exactly sure what that is right now. So there's no permit fee right now within the current executive order that the governor's issued.
$1,000 is pretty minimum for an industry like this. So I commend you on that, because we see the proliferation and the level of business and economic development from the ports is tremendous.
Right.
The other thing is, I think Representative Holly alluded to it. When they come through the smaller municipalities, if you picture not Savannah, but Garden City,
Right.
Have you done some type of survey or an assessment of the effects of the local roads versus the highways?
We've done some routing work, and that gets back to the earlier question. Our trucks typically don't like to use the local roads for those reasons, in part, and they can oftentimes be built to a different standard, and that also makes them a little bit more vulnerable. So our trucks typically are trying to find the shortest route, and I think by law they have to the state road, and then that gets them onto the routes, onto their mills. One of the challenges that we have is that our trucks cannot use the interstate system. So we are forced to go through small towns and communities. That's a federal issue. Some states have found a way around that, but we have not in Georgia. Our interstates, as was mentioned earlier, are built to be able to handle heavier weights, and they're built to a much, much higher standard. But unfortunately, in Georgia, we're forced to go through school zones, downtowns, in areas that are probably higher traffic and higher risk as well. We have done some studies to look at both the safety and environmental benefits of getting those trucks onto the interstates, as well as the lessening the damage. And I'd be happy to share that with you. I just don't have that here in my fingertips. The one thing on the labor issue that we do see with the ports is that the ports will continue to grow. I think they're projected for like 60% growth or something along those lines. That is direct competition for log trucks and agricultural trucks, cement trucks, everything else that we need. And there's nothing we buy that doesn't come off of a truck. Everything we consume, the clothes on our back, the food, everything comes off of a truck. And as other industries are competing directly head to head with the port, we may start seeing, the issues that we're dealing with right now be permanent. Scarcity of products, scarcity of production, higher costs in our manufacturing, less competitiveness. Those are very real impacts on our economy. And remember, forestry is providing a $39 billion impact to our state. That's something that I would like for all of us to work to preserve.
And I concur. I think with the level of needed drivers and with a growing industry, you're going to need some higher fees. And the last thing I want to tell you is that hopefully with everything coming down with all this money from infrastructure and those roads and bridges, the process will take care of itself. Thank you for the bill.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on. All right, right here. Ben Gillis, you want to come introduce yourself to the committee?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to speak here, members of the committee. My name is Ben Gillis. I'm a wood dealer from Soperton, Georgia. My company is third generation. It's a company my granddaddy started in 1952. Currently, we're buying and selling wood to pulp and paper mills throughout Georgia, mostly in eastern Georgia. I've got 30 logging crews that work underneath my umbrella. With COVID and the effects of COVID in the last year, it's been catastrophic. I mean, equipment has gone up 20%, tires 30%, labor 30%, fuel $2 a gallon, motor oil 60%, hydraulic oil 70%, tires 50%, batteries 70%, and the list goes on. The lifeline that the governor has given us with the executive order to allow us to go to 95,000 pounds, it's truly saved us. I mean, the extra volume that we've been able to haul on these trucks is the only reason I'm standing here today. I mean, I really tell you that. It's allowed us to haul 7.5 more tons per load, which equates to, a logging crew, which most of my logging crews are around 50 load a week logging crews. So that's $4,000 a week that logger's got that he didn't have before. The sad story is that $4,000 was gone before he got it. It all goes to pay these inflated costs. And it was only, if you take that times 52 weeks, that's $200,000. And all it did was cover costs. He's in no better shape than he was the day before. The banker in my local community called me and he said, Ben, he said, what's happening in the timber business? And I said, Maury, it's bad. And he said, I can see that. He said, the loggers that I'm banking right now are having a real hard time keeping their checking accounts in the black. He said, I'm dealing with overdrafts every day. And he said, I'm nervous. And I said, well, I certainly am too, With that said, with the stroke of a pen, if we go back to 84,000 pounds, that $200,000 has propped these guys up and that lifeline is cut. And I'm fearful that we're gone. I mean, I don't know that we can overcome it. What Andre said earlier, one of our greatest competitors is the port, the barriers to haul for the ports. And listen, I'm a Georgian. I'm proud of what we've done with our ports. I'm proud of our economy, but the barriers to go in and haul for the port, insurance to haul for the port only requires a truck, not the trailer, $100 to $200 to $300 a month max. That same truck's got to pay $1,000 to $3,000 based on whatever his driving record is to haul logs. And if you are a driver and you've just gotten your license, most of these insurance carriers will not license or will not insure a driver unless he's had 2 years experience, unless they pay some kind of premium. And I know that there's several insurance underwriters out there that allow drivers with not having that experience, but I've heard fees anywhere from $5,000 to $11,000 a year for them to insure that driver that doesn't have the 2 years experience. Another thing too, there's no labor out there. I mean, with our ports growing like they have, we're competing with the same drivers. On the way up here, I had a producer. He's got 4 logging crews. He's got one shut down right now because he can't find enough trucks to run all 4 crews. And he called me and he said, Ben, he said, I just had a meeting with my drivers. 6 of them just gave me their 2 weeks notice. 2 of them one went to pull produce. One went to a competitor who was paying more money, and the other 4 go to the ports. They're tired of fighting it. And those opportunities are there, and those barriers are a lot lower bars for them to haul these containers, and they can haul 100,000 pounds. I mean, we've just been holding our own right now and holding our own only because we were able to haul that 95,000 pound weight limit right now. If you take that away from each and every one of these crews, not only do you take that money away from them, in order to make that volume up for a 50 load a week crew, he's got to haul 15 more loads to make that volume back up. If we can't haul it on that single trailer, that's 15 more trucks in a company the size of mine with 30 logging crews. That's 350 more loads I got to haul in a week. I don't mind doing that. Trucks and trailers are a barrier and they're hard enough to find,
where am I going to find the drivers? They're not there. That's the only reason that we're fighting. I mean, it's kind of like a game of poker. Every time I raise the ante to attract a driver, my competitor raises the ante. I mean, and it's just back and forth. The drivers aren't there. We're all fighting over the same drivers. We all have the same needs. I certainly want our ports to thrive. I mean, probably one reason why we're growing at the rate we're growing is because of our ability to offload the cargo and get it down the road. But it's hurting the timber industry. And our ability to survive with no drivers to replace the ones we're losing, I'm fearful. I'm fearful for my company. I'm fearful for, my industry. I was at a dinner on Monday, and one of the guys at that dinner said, if the guys on Wall Street really understood how fragile the supply chain is in the timber business in Georgia, they wouldn't invest another dollar. And I said, you know what? That makes a lot of sense, because it scared me too. We're all connected in the timber industry, whether it's the tree grower or whether it's the tree planter or whether it's the logger or the mill. If you can't cut that tree and move it to a market that converts it into something that you can sell, nobody gets paid. Nobody gets a dollar. And it's critical. And I want to thank Representative Burchett for recognizing that and trying to do something to help us. Because it's like Andre said, we're behind our neighboring states, and COVID's been critical. And now we're facing another pandemic, which is this old pandemic that's tied to the Ukrainian war that's going on right now. I mean, fuel went up 50 cents a gallon for my producers within the last week. They can't bear it. They absolutely can't bear it. I don't know what else to tell you. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate you being here. I know the chairman has something to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gillis, just my question real quick. And Andres may have said it, and I'm sorry, I was in another committee with the bill, but in the supply chain for wood, are you currently able to supply the mills that you have contract with? I'm sure you are on a contract with a certain level of timber in the mill. And at this current level, if it goes back to the 84,000, what kind of impact does that make there?
Mr. Chairman, the drivers aren't there. So if we go back, we won't be able to supply the demand.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, I'm off, I would say 300 loads a week from where I was maybe 2 years ago. I mean, we've been struggling, we've been talking about increasing the weights in the state of Georgia for a couple of years. And at that time, it was something that was necessary. It's critical now. And, this whole thing, or the attrition that we've been facing, has been going on for several years, but nothing like I've seen in the last probably 2 or 3 months. And, and I think it's related to the growth that we've had with our ports. I really do. And I'm thankful for that, for the growth, but I'm collateral damage.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. If you don't mind, you can take Judge Ellington back to Soperton with you when you head that way. He might he might need a ride.
That sounds great.
All right, I appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Harry Sanders, come on up to the podium.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for having me here. To say I wasn't a little bit nervous is kind of out of my comfort zone. Would be telling y'all a story, but I come here today because this particular bill is near and true to my heart. Just a little introduction about myself. My name is Harry Sanders III. Everybody calls me Little Harry around where I'm from, which is Cochran, Georgia. I'm located in Middle Georgia, so if you don't know where Cochran's at, it's south of Macon. A lot of people don't. But just a little background on the business that my father and I run. We own a logging company and trucking company in Middle Georgia. I'm a third generation. My grandfather and my father started this business, and they incorporated it in 1982. So we're currently going on our 40th anniversary. And as of today, it's just my father and I, and we employ about 25 employees in the Middle Georgia area. A lot of the guys that we have on staff have been with my father for nearly 30 to 40 years, and we've organically grown some sons. Some of the guys that are out there that they've come on board, and so more or less, I have a family I work with every day. And that family is my logging and trucking family. And out of the trucking situation, we run 8 of our own trucks, and we have 7 contractors, which we pay them just to haul the product. So we're running about 15 trucks every single day. And I deliver wood to Perry, Georgia, Barnesville, Georgia, Oglethorpe, those areas, and around the Dublin area as well. I love logging. I've been, I just turned 30 years old, and my father, he's about to turn 72 this month. So there's a bit of an age gap, but, you gotta love it to do it. And, I have a unique story. I was able to go off to college to the University of Georgia and get a forestry degree. And I come back home in 2014, and I have some numbers as well on the cost of stuff whenever I started in 2014 and what I'm dealing with in 2022. And I promise you, it's a big difference, and it's a lot more money. One thing that, I've tried to do with the company is try to dig in and try to, capture all the costs and all the the things that we have to deal with, and try to insert myself and try to make this company as efficient as possible. And as of today, we are as efficient as I feel like we can be. And with this bill of hauling more weight, it has helped us tremendously. There's things that are out of my control, whether it's insurance costs, whether it's, the price of oil and diesel and such as that. That's stuff out of my costs, or out of my control. But one thing is, if we could haul more weight, that it would help offset some of that. And with that executive order that Governor Kemp put into place, that was more or less like a tool that has helped us get over some of this stuff that is out of our control. As far as insurance costs, insurance on some of my trucks have tripled since 2014. Diesel has been up. Just some of these labor issues of recruiting young people like myself, and as far as getting into some of these trucks, it's nearly impossible with how do you come to somebody and say you need 2 years of experience in a log truck and try to get them in a truck? That's a hard task to try to get. And, it's been really challenging to try to continue this culture that my father and grandfather have built to try to keep this business going. And with this particular bill, it has helped us, and it's not the complete answer. Just there's a lot of issues that we're gonna have to try to figure out, but this has kind of helped us get through some of this pandemic issue. I lost several of my men out there due to COVID reasons, and I have not replaced them. It is being mentioned, just the people are not out there. So we're having to try to be as efficient as we can with the people that we have. And with this particular thing, it helps us be more efficient with what we have out there as far as the trucks that we're running day to day. Just as far as some numbers right here, I wanted to share this number. In 2014, one of the tractors that I run out there on my logging job was $225,000. Today, that very same tractor is nearly $300,000. It's not doing any more than what it was doing in 2014 for a multitude of reasons. One being trucking. So you spread that across the board, all across of what we have to purchase to run a logging and trucking operation. The money is it's not there. So you're having to be more efficient. And with this, I believe that it's helped us get over this COVID/labor issue, just this conglomerate issue of the workforce and all. And I feel like if this is going through, then it will help us start trying to figure out a path forward and becoming a healthier industry, because we are bleeding, and it has been tough. And this has been a lifeline that I have been very thankful for. So thank you.
Thank you, Harry. I think we got 2 questions real quick. Chairman Jaspers.
Thank you. Thank you for coming up from Cochrane. You know that guy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure. Just checking. Hey, just a quick question. You're just the guy I like to hear from. So what's happened at the mill? And this is a touchy question. It's going to make some people mad, but are they, is your payment at delivery to the mill, has it increased in the last year or two, or pre-COVID to now? What's your opinion?
Yes, sir. I feel like the mill has been very, very supportive in us trying to figure out to try to create this a healthier business as far as what I do to try to get the product to the mill. I do feel like they've been helpful in that.
Okay. I'd like to follow up with you offline if you would mind.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Mathis.
Well, little Harry, I know you. I know where you live. I knew your granddaddy Harold. I knew your daddy Harry. And I want to give a testimony for this company. They do run an efficient, very well run operation. I've known them all my life. They do a good job. Little Harry's coming there with his daddy. His granddaddy's gone now, but they have started a good business. So when he tells us that these things are happening, I believe him. I believe Ben. And we need to work with these folks to get them to where they can succeed, because it is a cost issue. I was sitting here listening and thinking, well, is there any more risk in this? It doesn't appear that it has been. It appears that we've had the trouble, with the roads for a good while, and we're trying to work on that infrastructure stuff. But with companies like these that run as efficiently as they can, and if this state can help them in any way that we can, I believe we need to do it. And we need to do it quickly, because it is critical. It's not just critical with drivers that you haven't looked for. Even in our own forestry commission, can't even get drivers and things to do. So we have got to help these folks. So I know these folks. I know Little Harry's operation. They are top notch, and I know what they're doing. So I appreciate your testimony, both of you. Andres, I appreciate what you're saying to us. So I'm all in favor of us doing the right thing and get this up where it needs to be. Whatever they think that number is good is what we need to do. Thank you.
All right, one last question, Representative Thomas.
Thank you. And any friend of Danny's is a friend of mine, so we're glad to have you here. The question is, what's the average age of your equipment?
Our average age usually ranges from 2 to 3 years as of right now.
Okay, so fairly new then.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I heard you make a comment about, I guess, the price of a tractor trailer went up, $80,000?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And I was curious if that had anything to do with all the new safety equipment, I guess, that they have to put on these for.
I would not consider it safety equipment. What I would consider is just, the price of them producing it, steel, et cetera, sensor, just technology, but not necessarily just the safety stuff, But yeah, are you talking about the tractor trailer? Or are you talking about like a piece of equipment in the woods?
I'm talking about the tractor trailer.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There's definitely been improvements with the braking systems and just the general safety of that truck. Yes, there has been.
So of the trucks specific, because
Yes.
I'm only concerned about what's
Yeah.
driving on the roads.
Yes.
You're saying your stuff is pretty much 2-3 years old. That's kind of the average where you're at.
Well, yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And that was it. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you again for being here.
Thanks,
And,
sir.
we'll move on. So just so that everybody can know where we're at, we've got 4 people left to sign up to speak for it, and I got about 9 minutes left. So if we can have Emily Ham.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Emily Ham. I'm with the West Rock Company. I will limit my remarks today in order to be respectful of the other proponents that are here to advocate on behalf of the bill. But for those of you who I haven't met yet, West Rock is a global paper and packaging manufacturing leader. We're headquartered here in Georgia. We have over 50,000 employees globally, scattered across 30 plus countries. In Georgia alone, I have 2,500 employees spread across 21 different locations, including our headquarters, which is the north end of town. So significant footprint for us here in Georgia. Y'all have heard me before. This is my 4th time speaking to the Georgia General Assembly about truck weights issues and the challenges that continue to plague our industry. And I want to talk about something very specific to the West Rock Company, and that our border mills that we have in the state right now. West Rock does not have a mill that uses what we call a virgin mill that uses raw forest products. So as written, 411 doesn't necessarily benefit us so much today, but where we see an opportunity and hopefully discussion to continue is for parity with our neighboring states, which we've touched on. West Rock has 4 paper mills across the border. I've got 2 in Florida and 2 in Alabama. And some interesting stats that I wanted to share just to help put this in perspective, the amount of volume that we're talking about with one company, just mine. We're consuming over 3 million tons of Georgia fiber every year in those 4 border mills. Putting this in perspective, that is approximately 125,000 truckloads of wood per year that are leaving the state of Georgia that are going to those 2 states. Increasing the weight limits just to achieve parity for us today would yield approximately 7% reduction in the amount of truck trips that would be required to move the same amount of wood. That is significant, because when you're talking about 200, 300, 400 plus truckloads delivered every single day to each mill, my math says that is 8,700 fewer truck trips that would be required each year to move the same amount of raw materials. That is significant. I will also mention that on behalf of this bill, West Rock is a member of the Georgia Paper and Forest Products Association. We have been advocating for this conversation to continue for a number of years. There are 22 different facilities in the state of Georgia, including sawmills, pulp mills, paper mills, tissue mills, that would all stand to benefit by Georgia increasing the amount it allows on its roads to deliver these forest products to these mills. Certainly wanted to share their appreciation for Chairman Burchett to continue this conversation, to invite us to the table to advocate in support of this bill, and want to attempt to answer any questions that you guys have, again, on behalf of West Rock. Or if none, that would be great too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. I think Jake Tench is going to yield his time to everybody else. Mike Beardsley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Beardsley. I'm the Executive Director of the Southeastern Wood Producers Association. We're an association of logging contractors in Florida and Georgia. And actually, Harry's on our board, so he's one of our members. And I've written testimony, so I'm not going to read that verbatim, and just in the interest of time, just hit a couple of quick highlights. We've got a lot of members kind of all over the board on this, but we do have, as an organization, are very supportive of this, because as an organization, we do really support the idea that business owners can make the decisions that are best for their businesses. So we're an advocate of having a maximum amount of flexibility for owners to make the decisions that are best for their business. We have some members who will choose not to maybe run at a higher limit. We have a lot of members who will want to run at the higher limits, and we want to support them in that. We did have a couple of suggestions for the bill just to consider, and there are some implications that we have as an industry that some of our members expressed that would be concerns, but we're supportive of the idea of having the additional flexibility.
You know, for the members who choose not to do the higher limits, probably they make a business decision based on either how their equipment is set up or how their operations are set up and not wanting to make changes. Some of them are very conscious of wear and tear on their equipment, and they have concerns about just, you know, the increased frequency of having to update things like breaking components, which may impact their ability to deliver wood to the mills. But at the same time, we know that there are other contractors who have plans in place and their equipment is set up for that. And so we're very supportive of that. You know, the biggest concern we always hear is what are the insurance implications going to be? You know, because we have a very challenging insurance environment. But I think that we can put parameters in place to ensure the insurance companies are going to look at the numbers. And I think the numbers today, Andres, you know, referred to that. We're kind of inside that 2-year window, so we don't have a lot of hard data yet, but they're going to follow the data. We certainly have seen in other states that people can haul at a higher rate and have been successful at that. I think if there's an issue, you know, with an increased incidence of adverse actions, insurance companies are going to obviously take that into account and they'll price it in accordingly. You know, I think the biggest concern we heard from members was, you know, just being able to maintain the ability for the contractors themselves to make those decisions that they think are going to be best for their business, and that's why that we're supportive of the bill.
All right. Seeing no questions, we've got 3.5 minutes left. If Brian Toller wants to come take it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Toller, representing the Georgia Urban Agriculture Council. It's a organization made up of a lot of different sectors of agriculture, primarily the landscape sector, and turf grass is my focus today. We've had a lot of conversation about the forest industry, and it's a critical industry, as you know, but I want to broaden that scope just a little bit because there are others that also need some relief. And it's all about economies of scale, and y'all know that. You've heard that today. The turf grass industry is no different. Harvesting sod is harvesting a product out of the field. You don't know the soil moisture. It depends on the time of day that you harvest. There's a lot of things to configure, and a lot of that product is coming into the metro area. We talked about building houses earlier, right? And those houses have to have turf grass in order to get their certificate of occupancy. So it's an important issue for us. And what I want to raise is that I've been around the Capitol now for 23 years, and every year I've been here, we've talked about the challenge for labor. Labor in the ag sector in particular, everyone's talking about labor now, right? Now we talk about drivers every day because it doesn't matter how many workers you have. If you can't move the product, then you're in trouble. And so drivers is the key conversation today. The cost of doing that, moving that product is a key conversation. And as you know, the number that we have for our truck weights is an arbitrary number. It's a number that started off when I started coming General Assembly, it was 80,000 pounds. We tried to get it to 88. We settled for 80. Actually, it wasn't even 88. We're shooting for 88 and we got to 84. Why? Our trucks are better now. Our braking systems are better now. We manage product better now, but yet we still do the same thing we've always done. And if you do what you did, you get what you got. And that's where we are. We'd appreciate your help and continue to look at this issue. It's important not only for forestry, but agriculture as a whole. And certainly the turf grass industry would be very interested in having the opportunity to increase the loads on their trucks as they move that product all over the state, especially to the metro area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brian. Anybody have any questions for Brian? All right. Anyone else speak forward if you want the last minute? Lee?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Lee Lemke. I represent the mining industry in Georgia. And I too speak in behalf of this bill. We worked over the summer, countless meetings talking about our issues. We have never seen in our lifetime the worst logistics problems ever. And we've tried to address them. And here is a case where government can help small business. And it is imperative that you look at it in that way. We need this help to make a level playing field. This is an area where you can truly help us. And on behalf of the mining industry, we stand with the forestry industry and the agriculture industry and ask you to recognize the importance of this legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lee. All right, with that, we will move on. The only against I have is Kathleen. Is she still here? So okay, I'll let, I just didn't have a for or against. I figured I knew where you stood, Joshua.
I thought that.
But I didn't know if you needed to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Waller, the Department of Transportation, and I've got the benefit of being able to phone a friend because our chief engineer, or a few friends, our chief engineer and the state bridge engineer are also on the line. So I'm going to just make a couple of comments and then I will defer to them for Meg's Meg, our chief engineer, may have a couple of comments, particularly to respond to some questions that have been asked, sort of a technical nature. So she can respond to that and then any other questions. But certainly we're not here, can't say anything against any of the compelling testimony you've heard about the extraordinary circumstances that we're in today. I mean, we know we've been living the last 2 years. We know where we are and what justifies or the rationale that goes into an executive order for a temporary period of time while you have extraordinary circumstances. But what we as a department would speak to today is the consequences and in fact, some of the unintended consequences for industry itself of codifying the executive order. And that comes into the question of bridge postings. And one of the key things about bridge postings are that that's agnostic of what's being carried. And that the chief engineer showed presentations before looking at particularly some of these log and these mills about if those bridges are posted, you're talking about a major detour for some of these trucks. So certainly that's a huge consideration. I do want to answer one question that was brought up about showing the map and saying what's different about Georgia. I know this has come up a lot. What gives Georgia? Why is it that we're behind the other states? And I think you can answer that question. I've heard from many of you the times you say, when I cross that state line, the difference in the pavement quality between us and our neighbor. I mean, I think we've all experienced it and we're like, thank God we're back home. So certainly that's a policy question. What type of road system network do you want? I think the other thing I'll just speak to is on the containerized freight piece. That's federal law. And back to the question of 80,000 pounds, 80,000 pounds is not arbitrary because it's the federal law for interstates. So the state was originally pegged to the federal law for interstates at 80,000 pounds. The exemption to go to 84, they can't go on interstates. Federal law prohibits it. Now there is the exception for containerized freight, which is federal. So federal law says a container can go at 100,000 pounds if it's sealed going to the port. So we asked the port, less than 1% of the containers contain 100,000 pounds or are between that 80 to 100,000 pounds. Because if you think about it, the volume, you're probably going to cube out before you weigh it out in a truck. So again, we just have to, certainly there are reasons behind the executive order and the extraordinary circumstances, but the impact of codifying has to be weighed very carefully. And with that, I'll defer to the chief engineer.
Thank you,
Meg.
Joshua. I think we've got Meg on the line. Meg, if you want to go ahead.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. First of all, I appreciate all that's been said today. And I know that you guys have heard me talk ad nauseum about this topic, so I'm not going to give my presentation, but I did just want to clarify a couple of items. One person made a comment about the number of deficient bridges in Georgia being around 374. I just want to point out that we have about 1,300 posted bridges in Georgia. So when we're talking about hauling freight over bridges, deficient, fair, good, it doesn't matter if it's posted and it can't hold the truck. So we do have a large number, for about 1,300 posted bridges in Georgia, and many of those are on our local system. There was also a comment made about the $9.1 billion in federal funds coming to Georgia. I don't want y'all to think that's in addition to what we already have in our budget for transportation. Most of that is what we would normally get year by year from the federal government. There's about a 21% increase expected if they ever fund this bill. We're seeing price increases right now of 23 to 25% on projects. So it's about a wash in terms of our federal budget. I just don't want you to think we're getting an additional 9.1 billion, which would certainly be welcome if that were the case. there was a comment about where are the deficient bridges. If anyone wants to know where deficient bridges are, where posted bridges are, I've included maps in my presentations. We can get you that information tomorrow. If you would like that information, please let me know. No one has asked us and we have not provided. We are happy to provide that information. It is public information. The additional bridge money that we'll be getting with the new infrastructure bill is about $225 million over 5 years, which is about $45 million a year, which will replace about 8 to 12 bridges. So if you look at 1,400 or 1,300 posted bridges, 8 to 12 bridges a year, I mean, that's 100 years. But we in Georgia, we spend much more money on our bridges than what the federal government provides. That would actually be a cut in our bridge budget. So we do our best to take good care of our bridges, and we are trying to keep up. We have a lot of bridges that are aging and they're getting older. So even though we do a good job and replace a lot of them, older bridges get added to the list of posted and deficient bridges. I think those are the main things I wanted to point out. We've done a lot of study looking at roads and bridges around pulpwood mills, and we provided that in a slide about a year ago. We're happy to provide those details to anyone who would like to see them. And one thing I do want to mention about truck weights is just remember, when you look at axle weights, Georgia actually allows more weight per axle than our surrounding states. So when you talk about the total truck weight, that's one thing, but what really matters is the axle weight. And we are on par with our neighbors when it comes to axle weights. So I'm happy to answer any questions if y'all have any for me.
Thank you, Meg. And seeing no questions right now. Was that all from DOT, Joshua, or was there some? Anyway, okay. All right. Well, thank you, Meg. Before Kathleen comes up, I want to say that one, the testimony, obviously, we heard before, and then also with DOT, you know, the reason this is such a big thing is the timber industry clearly is an incredible industry in our state and a huge economic driver, and we appreciate everything they do. GDOT also does a great job. So it's a fine line we're walking, and just appreciate both testimonies and everybody at the table trying to make this work. So Kathleen, with that.
We're at good evening at this point, aren't we? Kathleen Bone with ACCG, representing all 159 counties. And yes, ACCG has a longstanding opposition to increasing truck weights. You know, county commissioners get the most calls about dogs and roads. So we do care about our roads. Counties and cities maintain and own over 85% of our road network. And counties have over 8,000 bridge structures. And the bridges that Meg mentioned earlier that are being posted, 97% of those are local. So we do have concerns when we talk about truck weights about the wear and tear of our roads, but also of the bridges, the amount of bridges that would have to be posted. Our county roads are built primarily to handle 56,000 pounds. So while we're sympathetic to what we've heard today, the infrastructure is not there to support 95,000 pounds. So it does become a policy discussion of what type of roads do you want to be driving on. We do have some counties that are spending more money to add an additional inch or two of asphalt on the areas where they have a lot of the peanut wagons and other feed type trucks. So we do have counties that are recognizing what they've done is not working and are spending more money to build up that road network, but they're doing it 1 mile at a time. And these are counties that have the means to do that. So the Motor Carrier Compliance Division was supposed to be here today, but they couldn't due to the shift in the meeting time, but they are the only ones that can enforce truck weights. So locals cannot enforce truck weights. If local law enforcement sees something coming across the bridge that they think could be heavier, they have no means to do anything about it. Only Department of Public Safety can enforce truck weights. So I will pause there and see if there's any questions. If not, I'll always appreciate the spirited debate we have with the author of this bill.
Oh, Representative Scoggins.
Miss Kathleen, how are you?
Good.
Good. I've got a question. How would ACCG feel about a county by county offering of allowing certain counties to run the 95,000 pounds and some counties opting out? How would you feel about that in this, if we tried to address this issue to help the loggers? How would you feel about that?
I don't think the industry would want that. They all complain, y'all are preempting us every day on different rules and regulations that
Right.
different cities and counties are doing. So probably would be a non-starter. We do have some county commission, I mean, a lot of our counties commissioners own land. They're harvesting.
Right.
They understand this industry.
Right.
We've got county commissioners that would be in favor of that, certainly. But as an
So-
association, the wear and tear on our roads, we have to oppose.
Okay, but y'all would be willing to sit down and talk with us and see if we can.
Always willing to sit down and talk about this
Thank you,
topic.
Kathleen. Thank you for
Thank
what
you.
you do.
Well,
Appreciate it.
you definitely struck up a few questions here. So moving on to Representative Mathis.
You know, I like riding on smooth roads and I like to watch out for dogs. But the thing about it is, if we don't keep these people in the agriculture and the forestry on the roads and making it, we can have the smoothest roads in the world, nobody there. So what I'm trying to say is we need to get together between the ACCG and the county commissioners, and we need to come up with a plan that we can help these folks. Because you can have all the nice roads you want, but if we don't have the stuff moving that you and I use all the time, and our houses are built out of, and I live in a place where there's potholes, and they still dirt roads. But these folks are bringing the things that are a necessity for all the counties to survive. So I'm not saying that I don't want safety. I'm not saying that I don't want good roads, but I'm saying we need to sit down as a group instead of opposing things every time and find solutions to the problems. And the solution is coming up with something that we can work with to keep these folks running. Because I certainly depend on them, and you depend on them, all of Georgia depends on them. So I get a little bit frustrated for the 4 years I've been here that we tend to always say what some's doing this way or that way, but we don't find solutions. It's time now to find solutions to help both sides. And that's what I'd like to see us do. But I appreciate what you do, but I appreciate what they do too. Thank you.
Thank you. Loud and clear, heard loud and clear. I will say that these bills always start out with the forestry industry, but as you see today, all the other industries want to be a part of this. And there's other industries that are not included in this bill that want to be a part of this as well. So it's a bigger picture than just the logging. So we should talk about all of it.
Yeah. Can I, one other, do all the ones that are filling in behind the forestry, are they a necessity too? Are all these that we all depend on every day? Pretty much. I don't know a person in Metro Atlanta don't want grass on the yard. And so what I'm saying, all this produce and everything else is running. So I'm just saying it. Everybody that we can help would be good, even the county commissioners.
Yes, sir.
All right, Representative Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How long have we been at 95,000? Has it been 2 years? Is that about
It
since
was-
pandemic?
Yeah, about 2 years.
So do we have, and this could be for you or Josh, I guess either one, do we have any data on damage or increased damage over the last 2 years? Can we
Are you
show?
asking, like, have there been more bridges posted over the past 2 years? Have there been more accidents? Is
Yeah,
that
have
you're
we-
trying to
have-
get some numbers on the past 2
Yeah,
years?
what's the wear and tear been? Have we seen more damage to the roads over the last 2 years at the 95, or is that just?
Yeah, I don't know.
I do know that I don't, in terms of in terms of the pavement conditions, I can't speak to that, but I do know that when this conversation came last year, they pulled that initial data when everyone was off the roads and when that first, and I'll have to go back and see, I thought there was a lapse and then they reinstituted the executive order due to the logistics crisis. But there was in that period where everyone else was off the road and you saw an increased truck weights. The data they had for a 6-month period, the only class, the tractor trailers at the increase were the only class that actually saw an increase in crashes. So we can, we have that data that we were able to pull from crash reports, can share that from that period.
Yeah, let's put it.
All the as the other vehicles were going down, the crash rates were going down, and for the trucks, they went up.
Yeah, and just to kind of expand on Chairman Watson's point, I think that would just be a good piece of information for us to have moving forward as we continue to facilitate this conversation. Representative Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Kathleen. And really I want to just take a small point to thank all of those who are coming up here from the trucking industry. One of the things that we respect about being here is that there's so many small businesses that have been able to last over the years because you're providing service, you're hiring locals, and you're keeping a very solid operation running, even in the times of, very challenging times we've seen through COVID. And I think that probably just to stress a point that brother Representative Mathis is saying down there, we all appreciate it, and I think that it's not. We don't get any resistance. Please don't sense any resistance up here. We really want to see you survive. I think probably the only resistance probably is just to wonder about whether our bridges are safe in smaller communities, where I know many times county commissions will put an impact fee there, but that impact fee may not be able to really pay for the real, the wear and tear on the roads. And I think probably, and it just a small question, is there any way that that has been determined in terms of is there a tier system with respect to those 1,300 posted bridges? Which ones are likelier to, I guess, to take a couple of, to take heavier weights, with respect to maybe some others?
Yeah, Meg, are you still on? The bridges get
Meg's
graded.
still there.
They
Okay.
get
Yes, I'm here, but I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, each bridge that's posted has an individual posting limit, and some are going to be for different weights. And we inspect them every 2 years. So every 2 years, we are evaluating whether we need to lower the weight that can go on the bridge or make other recommendations for repair, those kind of things. So
Okay, and that's basically, I just wanted to see, some bridges are able to still, last a little longer than others are. And, just trying to see in terms of whether that be able to just kind of recognize if that is something that you're grading upon, which maybe some bridges may be able to take it for a couple of years. Others maybe, they only got like a couple of months left on them. And,
Yes,
only just because we want to make sure that folks who are living in that area, that they are relatively safe. I got even farms out by me where people are using this cut throughs, and even tractor trailers are coming through their areas that are not paved or even the grade is kind of low, and just want to make sure that folks are still safe.
thanks. I understand your question now. So we do inspect every 2 years. If a bridge is unsafe, we will close it, and we will require the local government to close it. So certainly if really heavy loads are crossing a bridge that is posted and they shouldn't be crossing it, it will impact the bridge at a greater rate than a bridge that can handle that load.
All right. Thanks, Meg. All right, we have one last question, and then we have an additional speaker that is signed up. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Meg. I actually have one question. You made a comment about axle loads being higher in Georgia versus surrounding states.
Yes, sir.
Well, if that's the case, then why? Just out of curiosity, why are we so concerned about the gross weight if axle weight is really what the driver is?
The gross weight is important because it impacts the bridges. When a truck is on a bridge, the entire truck could be on the bridge. So really the whole weight definitely matters for the bridge. And the federal bridge formula is based on the bridge being, the whole truck being on the bridge. So the axle weights are very important because that's how we enforce weights. That's how motor carrier compliance enforces weights. But in terms of the whole bridge, the whole truck weight, that is also very important for bridges and what determines when bridges will be posted and the wear and tear on bridges.
So
they're both important.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So to my friends over here in the forestry, I was literally standing next to a digester and a pulp paper mill on Wednesday. So I'm sympathetic to the cause here. Okay. But where I get concerned is I think one of the biggest, and Meg, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but one of the biggest failure mechanisms you're going to have for bridges is the repetitive driving over that bridge time and time and time again. Probably number one, my guess would be weather, but number two would be that heavy weight driving over the bridge, that frequency, which leads to, fatigue over the life of the bridge. Would you agree with that or not?
Yes, I wouldn't say weather. I mean, unless you had a catastrophic event like floods and that kind of thing. It's definitely the wear and tear of the weights on the bridges. That is what wears them down. If it was
Okay,
only
so
cars on bridges, it'd be a lot different.
So is it the weight, or is it the continual weight running over and over and over again?
It's both. It's if you have higher weights that are continually running over and over and over again, it will wear down the bridges faster. And in the presentation I showed last year, I showed a sort of a degradation curve for those higher weights and how much faster the bridges would be weakened. But certainly it's both. It's the overall constant wear and tear. And if you have higher weights that are doing that, then the bridges will degrade faster.
Okay, so that's one piece of it, but the other piece is the roads, correct?
Oh, okay. I'm
So
sorry.
on the road section of this, I mean, doesn't that have to do with what type of soil conditions you have under that road and the engineered sub?
Absolutely. So at GDOT, we engineer our roads to carry the legal limits that we have in law right now. A lot of local roads are not engineered like GDOT roads are. Some are, but some aren't. Some are just paved over dirt roads. But certainly when it comes to axle weights, that's much more important on pavements because the number of axles will distribute the weight on the pavement. But when it comes to bridges, the axle weight is not quite as critical because if the whole truck is on the bridge, then you're looking more at the whole total weight of the truck. But
So
you're right, the soils are different everywhere and how you engineer a road is different for different parts of the state.
See, because my concern is that I want to see our friends in the forest industry be very successful. But I also know that if we accelerate our degradation of our roads and bridges, that's going to cost the taxpayers more money. And my question is where is the balance between the taxpayer money and making sure that we have a successful forest industry, which is extremely important to our state. So it's more just food for thought than it is anything else. So thank you.
All right. I appreciate it. We're going to move on. Oh, I apologize. And see anybody else on the list, but go ahead. If you'll reintroduce yourself. I know you've been before.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Demetrius Calls. I'm Government Relations Associate and Attorney at the Georgia Municipal Association. And we stand in opposition to HB 496. And for cities, the issues really boil down to 2 points. And the first is necessitated cost. And the second is public safety. For the first point, heavier trucks simply deteriorate city roads at a much faster pace, and cities are then left to pay for those costly repairs. And then secondly, as far as public safety goes, heavier trucks are harder to stop, and they pose a risk to other drivers on the road as well as pedestrians. And there's an example illustrating both issues coming out of small Georgia city where as heavier trucks engage their braking systems, they push the concrete forward, and that creates a space in roadways that allows water to accumulate, and that presents a hydroplaning hazard to other drivers. And so, in the answer some of the questions raised by Representative Thomas, and that's some of the ways that illustrates how heavy trucks damage city roads. And I wish Representative Gilliard was still here. You have crowded streets and neighborhoods and school zones and all the like with pedestrians and cities alike, well, drivers alike that are at the risk potentially in front of heavier trucks. So just to close, those 2 points raised by cities and experienced by cities are why GMA stands in opposition to HB 496. And I yield for any questions.
Don't see any, so I thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think we have one left, Mark Middleton.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Georgia Railroad Association. As I was listening to the presentation by our friends in the forestry industry, I was reminded of the fact that there are customers, in addition to the trucking industry serving that industry, railroad does as well. So I don't want my comments today. We certainly don't want to be adverse to them or any other folks that we have the privilege of partnering with and serving. At the same time, I did want to come up though, and this is kind of a compliment to Chairman Burchett, because as we talk about what this bill covers, I found myself in that 30-minute time period looking at some of these definitions here at the bottom of the bill, and I thought I'd share them with you. Because, as Kathleen mentioned, the current statute, there are a handful, probably 7 categories where the state law allows for additional weight above the standard. In this situation, if you look there on line 108, starting at 108, the 3 definitions, for example, agricultural commodities. I was thinking as they were going through the forestry presentation, you can go back and read it for yourself, but it begins with the words any and all. And it's basically anything that comes from the earth that you can imagine as being an agricultural product. So as you think about, the roads that we're talking about in the areas of the state, as a Brunswick native, I think about the trucks that go up and down the road on 341 and the back roads out from Brunswick. And that, seems, to be one thing, or on the way down to the plant down in Fernandina that was mentioned earlier. But it's quite another when you're talking about every agricultural product that we produce around the state. So just go back and take a look at that definition, if you would. Likewise with minerals, I actually jotted this one down. It's clay, stone, gravel, sand. There's 4 or 5 other things, ... and any other solid material from the earth. So let's just be clear what we're talking about. We're not talking about helping our friends in the forestry industry with this bill. We're talking about raising the level of weight in the state that is allowed on the roads from the current 80,000 pounds where it is now with a 5% variance up to 84,000 pounds, up to 95,000 pounds. So as we're trying to help our friends who indicated that they have this issue, just, I think it's worth stopping and taking a moment to realize the breadth of this thing. And as it's been discussed in this committee before, we all know there are costs associated with raising these weights. The folks from GDOT have discussed what the cost to the roads are going to be. I also represent AAA, and they have statistics on the safety aspects of that was mentioned earlier by a gentleman from GMA. And clearly there's a human cost that's associated with this as well. And so as you all, as policymakers, your job is this. There's a weighing of the balance. You got to balance the interest and the cost. And you look at the public roads, everybody in this room, every taxpayer pays for the creation and the upkeep of those roads. You look at something like the railroad industry, the costs that are associated with creating those ways, we pay for. It's with private money. And so there's going to be costs associated with whatever decision this committee makes and ultimately the General Assembly makes. It's just a matter of who's going to pay those costs. Is it going to be the taxpayers and all of us, or is it going to be, is it going to go to a private sector industry? And so, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would urge you to go in there and look at those definitions. It might take you a minute to get all the way through the list, but I would appreciate your time. Thank you.
Looks like we have one question. Representative Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the railroads be willing to add to their loads and runs to make up some of the difference or add more track to where you pull straight into a lumber mill or something of that nature?
Well, Representative, I think the short answer is that, it's a free market economy, and I think they will do anything they can do to get a reasonable return on what they're doing. Mm-hmm. And just like the gentleman that spoke earlier, costs are rising, and every business and you all, the members of this assembly have heard it in other forums, whether it's healthcare or hospitality or other industries, those same costs that these folks referenced earlier are being faced across the board. I mean, one of the reasons that we're always the last group to speak in this is that there are some really compelling reasons not to do this. There's safety reasons. There are all the reasons that GDOT set forth. I'm not ashamed to stand up here and say the reason I'm up here speaking on behalf of the rail industry is that we want to haul this stuff. We want to make money doing it. So the short answer to your question is yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We got a couple other for you. We'll go with Chairman Corbett first.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. You just mentioned safety. And I know in our part of the world down there, we have an issue with trains blocking subdivisions for hours on end, and ambulance can't get in. A safety issue there. As trains getting longer, how do we address that safety issue?
Mr. Chairman, I'll have to defer that to the operators of our association. I mean, because of the economics around logistics, they've made decisions on how to serve their customers, and the length of the trains is one of the variables that they've made decisions around. And it,
In essence of time, I think that
Yes, sir.
kind of gets us into the weeds on a different topic. So let's.
Thanks for bailing me out there, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Burchett, I think you had a question.
Yeah, I just have one question, Mark. I think you alluded to what I was getting at, but what is the safety interest the railroad has in my bill?
Well, I think there is a safety
For
interest.
the railroad?
Yeah,
Just
for the railroads, yeah.
Okay.
For the railroads, and I think we've shared these statistics and maybe the list of incidents with Chairman Jaspers. I'm pretty sure if we haven't shared it with you, I'll make sure that we do. But we had a laundry list of incidents that had occurred at railroad crossings, and many of those incidents, and a number of those incidents were caused by trucks that got stuck on the track and couldn't propel themselves over the track and got stuck. And then a train comes along, and of course, with not knowing that it's going to be blocked, created a crash. I can get that information too, but that there is a legitimate safety concern around that. But
And then one more, I wanted to just read the rest of what the agricultural commodities says means any and all agriculture, horticulture, floriculture, and vegetable products. So it's not any and all everything. It seems like that's what you were alluding to, but I just wanted to set the record straight on that.
And
I
Mark,
appreciate it.
with that information, if you'll get that to us, we'll make sure that gets dispersed to the entire committee.
I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark,
Oh,
we got one more.
All right.
He waves. All right.
thanks so much.
And thank you for waving. Chairman Burchett, you want to close us out?
Yes, I do want to. This is like a Judy non-civil meeting right here. I certainly want to close this out. I appreciate everyone here and everyone coming. Mark coming up, Kathleen and Meg. I know this is a topic that is nothing new to this body. I appreciate your consideration of this issue, but I want to highlight a few issues here that have been talked about. The pavement and the quality of pavement. And one of the folks testified to how smooth it is in Georgia, then crossing over. And I will agree with you. I've driven in Louisiana, I-10, and you get to Louisiana, it's pretty rough. But I also remind you that that's a federal highway. It has nothing to do with the state. Those are federal dollars. When you cross over on 75, 95, or I-10, that has nothing to do with the state. Those are federal dollars. So that's one issue. I do not turn a blind eye and just not understand that the locals have issues with increasing the weight. But the weight's been increased for a year and a half now and into perpetuity. And it's not for three different industries. Not the two biggest industries in our state. It's for every industry. Every industry right now is traveling at 95,000 pounds per the executive order. So ask yourself, what's wrong with the bridges? Is there a problem now? Are we hearing of roads being torn up? Are bridges falling down? Isn't it our job as the body that governs this state to maintain those roads? That's what we do. We are here to maintain the roads. What good are the roads if we can't move loads? Seriously, what good are they? What are we building roads if we can't put trucks on them to move product? Whether it be logs or tomatoes or clothes, what are the roads for? I mean, we're going to travel on those roads, get to work. Well, there's not going to be a work if we can't keep these industries moving. These are the two largest industries in the state. They put a significant amount of tax dollars in our general fund every year. And that they're the biggest taxpayers in our state. I mean, we have to consider that when we're considering this issue. I mean, I don't know that I'm changing any minds here, but I don't turn a blind eye to the locals. I'm willing to move on this. I'm willing to amend it. But listen, if we go to 90, they're not going to be in support of it. ACCG, GMA are still going to be opposed to it. GDOT's going to be opposed to it. And the industries that we're talking about today they were pleading before. They're begging you now. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. They're not exaggerating. We have no truckers. We have 0 truckers. I heard a number today. We need 6,000 truckers in the state of Georgia alone right now. They're not kidding when they say that the executive order is propping them up. I think that sometimes we have a misconception that these loggers are, they're getting off on Friday and they're going to their big beach mansion down in Florida and, counting their dollar bills out. I know loggers. They're just like farmers. They're barely getting by. Frankly, I don't know how they do it. I just don't know how they do it. The only people I see making money off those industries are the people selling them their goods that they have to buy to do their work. I don't know how they do it. And I think it was very compelling what Andrea said. We have the opportunity to help. We do really have the opportunity to help here. This is not propping up an industry. This is keeping an industry existing, the largest industry in our state and the second largest industry in our state. I appreciate everybody's deliberation on this subject. I appreciate the pros and the against. I like a debate, and I really appreciate Chairman Jaspers allowing us to have this hearing, and Vice Chairman. I appreciate you, Vice Chairman Wiedauer, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Chairman Chet. Everybody, I think we've been given a lot to think about. I know we'll be seeing this again. So just appreciate everybody's time. Appreciate you guys traveling. Travel safe back, and we will see y'all tomorrow.